Let's jump into it and figure out what's going on. Because there's still a lot going on, I think. 76 cycles into my 200 cycle grace period here. I am certainly going to... Hello? Fascinating. Yo, Brittenry, thank you so much for the 43 months of continued support. Welcome back to the adventuring party. Happy to have you around. Happy Friday. I hear people say that. Yeah. I'm sure people say that. I'm sure that's a real thing that people say. Fairly sure. Reasonably sure. A certain amount of sure. Yeah. So, here we go. We're doing a thing. The thing that we're doing is... I actually cleaned out a decent amount of chlorine gas. This was worse before. But now there is a little bit of chlorine in here, so we're making it happen. Sweet. Oh, there's more nuclear waste. That's wonderful. I love nuclear waste. I haven't figured out what to do with nuclear waste. I know that I can mop it up, and then it'll become a barrel of nuclear waste, so that's cool. Actually, tell me about... You solidify at 26 degrees and then become solid nuclear waste. Okay. Radiation blocking 9%. Interesting. And it releases radioactive contaminants into the air. Growth factors. Not enough rads to actually grow. Has a half-life. Alright. This is all fine. All of this is fine. Probably. This is potentially my Rex farm at some point. Once they're done doing whatever it is they're doing. These poor idiots doing the thing. Taking their sweet time. Doing the thing eventually. And then the other thing that we are concerned about is getting oil over. But before that matters, this thing needs to be working. And for this thing to be working, we need to go... Here? Yeah, here. Which is also a work in progress, especially with all of this salt water. Really a lot of salt water. It's very warm over here. With all of the salt water. Bit of a problem, honestly. Alright. The bionics can't get in there. Don't do it. Robots? There is a separate category for robots? Neat. Yeah, don't walk into the water. Stay out of the salt water, Mr. Robot. Alright, and then once this is up and running, that'll be good. Because then I'll have another source of water, which is a thing that I need. Do I just unpause now? Are we ready? Are we ready to move on? Am I ready to unpause? I don't know, I don't feel great about this. Feel not super great about this. What happened in here? This had eggs in it. What happened to the eggs? What happened to the knit eggs? Did they disappear? Is that a thing that happens to eggs? Do they become unviable and then just poof? Fascinating. Huh. Alright, cool. Well, at least they're not a problem anymore, so that's, you know, good news. The knit egg problem has been resolved. Alright, I guess I'm ready to allow time to continue. It's not like my dupes don't have anything to do, right? They are very busy at the moment. I do need to, eventually, get started on placing an actual fracking thing here. Okay. Whoever I send over here needs to be able to dig through diamond. Okay, actually, what if I start building this up and seeing what that looks like? If it'll let me. Like, I don't know that it'll let me put the blueprint down unless I can actually... Here. Oil. It's not under refinement? Was it under a utility? Oil well, it is under utility. Requires water intake and power. And the water that goes in just disappears. So we'll have to have a reliable water source out here. It doesn't need to be clean, but it does need to be unpolluted. So it'll need to get sieved. If I give it polluted water, that'll need to get sieved out. So I need to have a source for water out here before I can actually do the thing. Oh, look, there's slime in space. Space slime. My favorite kind of slime. Maybe. Apparently the space slime, what the crap? There's a vent up here? A strange place for a vent. Maybe one of these vents produce, water of some kind. Alright, so the next step is figuring out where my water source is. And I should probably send someone to go do it. Honestly, the longer I leave this place unattended, the worse off this problem is going to be down the road. So I probably should get on to figuring out what my process is going to be. Why isn't it letting me build tile, though? Like, I have materials. I guess I just need to send over the person that can do it. Yeah, I unpaused for a second and it didn't do anything. Got some obsidian we need to dig up. Ugh. Alright, so if I send anybody over here, I think it has to be Devanok, because... only one person with a level 3 digging. Oh, and it's Nwashot, of all the people. Okay. Well, we've got a plan. Yo, thank you for the 80 months of continued support, Rubber Ducky. Welcome back to the adventuring party. That is a lot of exclamation marks. And deserved. It is a deserved amount of exclamation marks. I, too, am excited for 80. Alright, so if we go back here, is this ready to send someone? This? Robotic arm? Does this do anything? Decor, sure. Teleporter online. Alright, Nwashot. You've got a job to do, and that job is go digging. Ren earned a skill point. Oh, good. What would I like Ren to do? Ren is not looking good in terms of morale right now. So maybe I don't. 12? This actually looks like it's kind of the default. I'm not sure that his morale is going to go up much more than that. Yo, what? That was not perfect day. But so close. So close. Also, what the hell is with the horse heads? Wow, cheering has gotten very weird these days. But thank you very much for the bits. Very much appreciated. I guess I think I need to start worrying about morale for my dupes, which is unfortunate. That's not a thing that I wanted to have to worry about. But I think I do need to worry about it. Because, like, I want everybody to eventually get the athletics bonus from suit sustainability training and exosuit training. And that's going to be a lot of morale to do. Like, really a lot of morale. So I think I can't give him a skill point right now, because if he ever skips a meal, he's going to be so mega sad. What can I do for morale? How do I fix morale problems? This is a great hall, which I think is the best I can do without turning it into a banquet hall. Which requires communal tables, which require plywood, which is very far off. What else? Healer is a morale bonus. I guess if I start learning plastic, once I have comfy beds, then we can, give people morale with their bedrooms. I don't think anything else here is a morale bonus. Ooh, parks are morale bonus. Rec rooms are also morale bonuses. If there is a recreational building, no industrial machinery, and a decor building. Recreation rooms. Actually using recreational equipment for the purpose that they are intended to serve. Wow. What a thought. Where would I would need to give them more downtime too. Actually, that is a thing that I can just do. I can change the schedule to have more downtime, and then they're happier. They could just have more downtime. What's up, Sainiku? You're alive? Alive and well? Actually, I need to need to shift your schedule here. It's a good thing I looked at this. Everybody's alive. Nobody's dead yet. It's great. It's fantastic. It's everything it should be. Can we really spare time off? It is 125 cycles away, to be fair. So, while it is concerning, it is not that concerning. It is something I need to prepare for, but not something I need to, like, put people onto overtime for. We do need to dig out more peat, though. Peat is going to be a constant problem. Ooh, about out of algae, too. Let's fix that. This is still in progress. I haven't figured out what I'm going to do with all this, like, overflowing salt water. This is a bit of a problem, and I don't want it here in the place that I am trying to get to down here. So I gotta figure out where to put all that salt water so that it is not in my way. It's going to be a bit of a struggle. Yo, Mershana, thank you for the 100 months of continued support. Big number. Big number is real. That is a very big number. Thank you so much. All right, I don't know, man. Just unpause and let them get to work. We'll figure it out. Why is this no power? Because this has no key. Yep. Somebody needs to give it some heat. Oh, I needed to give this a smart battery, actually, is the other thing I needed to do. So, was that the plan eventually? I feel like that was the plan eventually, and I'm not sure why it hasn't happened yet. Felt fine yesterday, had a doctor's appointment, had blood drawn, came back very scary. Woke up with a cough. Felt super relieved because it explained it all. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to have that symptom so you feel better about the way that the rest of your body is feeling. Or the... Sure, yeah, that makes sense. Alright, this is all put together, which is great. Do I have the refined metals to build the thing? How much do I have in the way of refined metals? Some. 290 nickel. That's not enough. What is the plan for this smart battery? I guess I could build it over here. And then run automation cable through. Alright, automation. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on a second. Not out of steel. The steel is for other things. Alright, great. Is this the randomizer? No. This is a vanilla spaced out file because I don't remember how to play the game. And most of this content is new to me. I am going to need to dump some critters here. Like this idiot. And then we can start planting dew drippers, I think. I think we can just immediately start planting dew drippers. Keep my idiots happy. And by idiots, I mean specifically the Dartles and the Rexes. Oh, the duplicate warp is ready. Wow, how long has that been ready? I've just been sitting here. Alright. So, we now have a dupe. That's wrong. So you can get to work doing things. I need to bring over refined metal. Oh, jeez. I'm not setting up metal refineries here. I need to teleport refined metal over here. I think that's how I need to do it. Do I know how to do that? Where is... This is the outgoing one. So I'm in the process of digging this out. All right, good. That's good. It's going to need power, unfortunately. All right. That is a near future problem, but not an immediate problem. Hydrate or dihydrate. Rather die. Yes, water is important, I agree. What are we researching these days? Okay, that's reasonable. I'm kind of just researching for the sake of researching. I don't have anything specific that I actually want to get done at this point. I have, like, all of my goals are just things that I need to apply rather than things that I need to acquire. The Lunar Waffles got a skill point. Wow. Lunar Waffles' morale is not great either. What are your priorities, Lunar? What are you doing with your life? Operating and farming. Alright, well, I can give you the next farming point, I think. I think I can do that. We'll just hope that's okay. You also forgot to eat last cycle. No wonder. Growth halted body temperature. That's not great. Right, because the water is too warm. I remember this problem now. I don't know what I'm going to do about it. Here. Heat is definitely going to be a problem. This needed to be... Can I... This is being awkward. Do that instead. That'll be less awkward. I don't know how to fix this other than make sure that the incoming water is not as hot. Which, like, it's mostly getting there, if only because it's delaying how fast it moves. Alright, whatever. Here. Automation. If it's below 30, then charge it back up. If it's above 85, stop charging. And this is sending away the chlorine, which is exactly what I wanted to do. Oh, I was gonna send the chlorine over to the chlorine storage instead of just back into here. Oh well. Because now there's just, this thing is just full of chlorine gas, which is no fun. I'm gonna need to set up another, another, gas mask dock. It's actually not the worst idea anyway. Gas mask going into this area. I'm doing surprisingly okay on peat. Oh, this is holding all kinds of consumable ore. I thought it was going to be just peat. Instead, it's holding like 1,000,000 salt. That's not what I wanted out of this. Here. That makes more sense, because this is just filtration. And now it's holding a bunch of regolith, too. I don't think we can use regolith as a filtration medium, but maybe I'm wrong. Oh, Yeah, just filtration medium. It doesn't matter what I'm using. So it can just use regolith. That's great, actually. All right. Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing great. You are doing better than I expected. So I am going to want to release the peat at some point in the near future. And how is Noirshot doing? How goes your dark deeds? Making good progress. Enjoy them nutrient bars. 20 of 10. Good meal in the Great Hall? That's sure not a thing that happened. About to go down to... Yeah, terrible meal. That is a lot closer to what I expected. Yep, 12 of 10. Oh, that's going to be even worse? You're going to be so stressed here? Regolith ends up being the renewable filtration material, assuming you get normal meteor showers. Yeah, I don't know how often I'm getting meteor showers. I do know that they are happening, but I don't know how often they're happening. Why is there a microchip here? He's just making microchips? Oh, that's very cool. He's praying over the microchips. Okay. How much gunk do I need for Gear Bomb? This is enough, as long as I turn it into a bottle. Let's say 80. He's starving. What do you mean you can't find food? Did I not say that you could eat whatever it was that you wanted to eat? Why can't you find food? Just go eat, buddy. Which it looks like he is going to go do. Going to eat. Okay, good. Good. I guess just the timing of how he's been spending his time has resulted in him not eating much. Okay, unfortunate. We need to eat all these Blum Lum eggs. Is actually a thing that we need to do. Why does this go from 0 to 3? It's weird. But alright, figure it out. I trust you. Like, it feels like we're still pretty good on food, so I'm not too worried about this. Hello? That's also weird. Yeah, if I could have like an actual environment suit thing over here, that would probably make people's lives a lot better. But alas. What research will actually help? Sure. Maybe a robo miner will help. Dormant. Oh, that means I can send somebody in to analyze it. There's not going to be any more coming in, so that's good. Oh, anything else that I need to pay attention to at the moment? Let people keep doing the thing. Do I? Surely I have somebody in this base who can mine this, right? Yeah, Devonok can. What is Devonok doing with their time? Tending plants. Oh, Devonok is farming. Okay. I see. So, I need you to dig more than I need you to farm. As much as I love having you farm, also, please let this work continue. We need to 6 all the difficult stuff so that gets done. And then other people can do the other stuff. Something popped up here, and I don't know what. Yeah, people are definitely going to need gas masks going into here. All right. Slightly updated plan. Yet more gas mask facility here. Okay, I can handle that. I know how to do that. I've done it twice already. We can do it a third time. I'm going to need 2 more oxygen masks. I think 2 is the right number of oxygen mask here. And then we are setting up a oxygen mask checkpoint here, going the other way. With 2 docks. And then this gas vent is going to get deconstructed, and we're going to supply, because this is usually oxygen, but who knows whatever else is going to get shunted this way. And then we need to provide this filter here. And provide it with power. And then, purely because I have opinions about aesthetics, we're going to connect this here and unclip this once this is built. Ventilation now. This is just going to go straight into a new gas vent. And this is going to go to here, because this is going to be the oxygen. So filter breathable gases, oxygen, into the oxygen docks. Travaldo got better at science. Heck yeah. Right. The oxygen has gone the correct direction. Fantastic news. Oh, it's unreachable for now. Yes, that's correct, actually. Oh, but this isn't gonna get oxygen if this isn't pumping. Uh-oh. Where am I going to get the oxygen from? I guess I could make another pump just out here. Kind of doesn't matter where that pump is going. Title drop. Yep. Yep. All right. One more pump added to this mess. Kind of doesn't matter where this is. This can just go right here, I guess. As long as it hits the filter. And then it needs power. Power is always a problem. Yes. Alright, good. I can do the thing here. Perfect. How's Nwashot doing? Do you hate everything yet? 19% stress. Indeed, she does. New printables are available. Tell me more. Are we printing more people? No, we're just printing refined iron. Thank you. It's going to become steel immediately. Gossman earned a skill point. Oh, look at that morale. We could just, this can go anywhere. How about critter ranching? Become better at ranching. Toasty surroundings, no joke. Oh yeah, you're just gonna sit there mopping forever. Maybe I should not have that as a job here. But it does fix the soggy feet problem. This feels like a thing that I want to do at some point as well. Unload solid materials from a conveyor rail into storage. Is that good? Maybe. Conveyor management? You were helpful? Oh, you're very helpful. Everybody in this colony is helpful. The work ethic is off the charts. I do want gourmet meal preparation at some point. But I have to have a source of natural gas first, which is probably the oil. This needs lead before it does anything. I have no idea how this works. Uses mercury and power to provide light. The hell is mercury? Not everyone in the colony is as pretty or fashionable as you. That is a fair point. You are not wrong. Oxalite, soda fountain, plastic stuff. Automation stuff that I have no idea how to use or whether to use. Canister drainer. Oxidizer tank. Emulsifier? I don't... That probably does something I care about at some point. Food has decayed. Yeah, this continues to happen. This is not news. It just keeps happening. How are these Blum eggs doing? Low value Blum eggs. Y'all cramped yet? You're glum. Why are you glum? Because you're tame, which reduces your happiness, and you are ungroomed at the moment. That is something that presumably can get fixed over time. You might be biased towards automation. Yeah, I think, no, automation is cool. Overall, I like the idea. But it needs to, you know, there needs to be a thing that needs doing as a result of the automation. Is nobody making the gas masks? What happened? Relocate? How about just deliver? Errand. Nobody's doing it. They'll do it soon. It'll happen in the near future, he said optimistically. You got a skill point! You can get another booster slot, reduced penalty from grinding gears, immunity to some things. Tell me more about you, Gizmo. What have you been up to? Why are you stressed? Liquid exposure. Okay, that's no good. What else have you been doing with yourself? Stressed when too much gunk builds up. Okay. This does look like a stressful amount of gunk. It is entirely on you to visit the gunk extractor and get your gunk extracted. So, I guess just do that at some point. What do I have you doing with your time, actually? Gizmo. Decorating, and that is your highest priority. What other booster did I give you? I gave you a different booster. I gave you a digging booster. Okay. Yeah, dig. Dig all the time. Help with the digging, Mr. Person who is doing things that are not digging. Which means you're going into territory that is going to make you unhappy. So, I think the skill point is going to be the improved hardware. And now we have some more algae, because we were actually stone out of algae. Yeah, my dupes have, not been performing as fast as I need them to perform all of the various things that I need them to perform. Random meat here? Okay, have we wrangled the Rex yet? Let's go wrangle a Rex. Let's go find a Rex to wrangle. Rex Wranglers, assemble! Where is the Rex that we are going to wrangle? This is the only Rex that I know about, I think. There's not a lot of Rexes. There's a Rex over here. Is that an easier wrangle? There's some brine ice I could chop up. Yeah, alright. That is an easier wrangle than getting into whatever this mess is. Overheated. Really? Oh, that is some hot water. I guess because of this. Oh, man. Okay. Well, that's unexpected. Can I change the material that it's made out of so that is less of a problem? The only material I have that is less of a problem is steel. Does this really need to be steel? Yeah, this being extra hot is actually a problem. More of a problem than I expected. What do I do about it? What do I do about it? Move the heat elsewhere is the usual plan. Which particular source of elsewhere shall I move the heat to? Hey, Hiroyuki, how's it going? The steam turbine. Yeah. You've mentioned that before, and I am broadly in favor of making that happen, but we have to have oil happening first because I don't have any plastic. Nor do I have any plastic, whatever the heck. It's a process, Hiroyuki. It's a lot of learning. It's a lot of learning. A lot of figuring out what's going on, because I still don't know what is going on for a variety of things. There are a variety of things that I do not understand at the moment, and am in the process of trying to understand. How are you doing? Idle. You're idle? That's fascinating. Why are you idle? Really? You can do 2 diamond digging, but you can't do 1 diamond digging? What? Is that accurate? That is accurate. Yeah. You can't do the normal hard digging. You can only do the super duper hard digging. Okay. No. Yeah, I guess go home then. I guess you're done here. Go home, resolve your 35% stress. God, what did I do to you? I need to make this situation better. Holy, what a problem. I really need to improve this. This is such a mess. This is such a mess. Oh. God, yeah, go home, recover. Ugh. Is it fun? Yeah, absolutely. It's a blast. I'm enjoying myself. It's just a lot to come to grips with. Definitely a lot that I don't know how to do and need to learn how to do. Alright, I guess give me the building temperature tutorial. When constructing buildings, I should always take note of their overheat temperature and plan their locations accordingly. Maintaining low ambient temperatures and good ventilation in the colony will also help keep building temperatures down. The relative temperature slider tool in the temperature overlay allows me to adjust the overlay's color coding in order to highlight specific temperature ranges. Oh, okay, sure. If I allow buildings to exceed their overheat temperature, they'll begin to take damage, and if left unattended, they will break down and be unusable until repaired. That does sound bad. Sure does sound bad. Sure does seem unideal. Okay. I see. So this can let me kind of zero in on where relative hotspots are if I am concerned about specific temperature ranges. That's cool. It's hot out there. I mean, here specifically, we've got problems for sure. The biggest problem is that the same water that I am using for the metal refinery, I am also using for the poor Ovagros, which, there's probably a better way to handle that thing specifically. at some point. Ruby. What would Ruby like to do? Ruby would like to get some more athletics. That's what Ruby would like to do. Poor Mealwoods would not survive. True. Good thing I don't have to worry about Mealwoods. 0 Mealwoods in this colony. Am I still not giving you this skill point? I think I am still not giving you this skill point. All right, and over here, we need to plan an actual bedroom for residents that is not a bedroom, because this ain't great. A little bit more morale would go a long way. Only needs to be a little bit more. This isn't dug out enough for me to tell what's going on there yet. Too bad. What other water sources do I have? The hot salt water. And then just random pools. That's what else I got at the moment. There are a bunch of vents that I haven't investigated. Maybe some of those vents could be a water source. But I haven't investigated them yet, so I don't know exactly what they are. Oh, there is this polluted water vent, which is coming out at 30 degrees and is heavily food poisoned. Which, like, I don't care about the food poisoning if that's just going straight into the Evagro nodes. So I think this is my solution to the water, is by getting a bunch more water at 30 degrees. Like, this just eventually pipes directly into the sieve, and then this whole ecosystem is going to be cooled down by this coming in. So that's probably how I solve this problem, even if it is not a near-future solve. Do you have any idea how much refined metal is required for that amount of radiant pipe? Because I don't. But I'm afraid it's a lot. Uh-oh. The chlorine gas has escaped. Am I just flat out of peat? No. I have peat. It's just not doing anything. Nobody's delivered the peat. Liquid vent to drip on a stairway of colder rock metal. Oh, that's neat. I hadn't run into that idea before. All right. I think I'm out of researches that I plan to use. So now it's just figure out which of these things, which of the far tiers matter. Radiation refinement. Pressurized forging. Crush refined carbon into diamond. Okay. High velocity transport. Yo, that sounds sick. All right. Research on the way up to there. Petroleum engines. The Brachian stuff actually sounds like that's potentially interesting because I don't know anything about it or how to use it. So maybe that's also a thing that I want to aim for. All about transferring heat from liquid to some other material. Yeah. No, the concept makes sense, I think. just not a way in which I had thought to apply it previously. You are not starving. Just eat. Literally have veggie poppers in your pocket. All right. Let's plan out a slightly better living quarters for the team over here. Whatever that looks like. I certainly don't know at the moment. I think it ends up looking like... Oh, it's not going to let me build because there's nobody here. So I have the resources, but I don't have anybody here to apply them. So I can't even plan out the blueprints. Ah, that's so awkward. Why are you like this? Plug slug. Dynamic creatures that generate electric power during the night. Oh, that's cool. What? That's super cool. So what, I just like build a mess of wires in the background and connect it to batteries, and then it charges up at night, and then I can use the power during the day? That's neat. That's real neat. And helpful, because I have no other source of power here. At least there is a ton of oxalite here. So I'm at least not super concerned about oxygen generation. They do eat metals, do they? I guess I should know what their habits are before I commit to this. And poop hydrogen. Oh, that's cute. Yes, they eat unrefined metal. Okay. Or refined metal, even. Whichever. And poop hydrogen gas. Fascinating. Sponge slugs do so at a lower rate. Soak up liquids and deposit stored liquids into pipes. Huh. What a fascinating animal. Smog slugs draw in gases and deposit the gases. Neat. What a cool life cycle. Okay. Oh, everything is hot. I really do need to worry about base temperature now that I've opened the doors to this disaster. I think I need to open this up and allow for some gas transfer here. so that we can leach some of the cold out of this area. You wouldn't feel safe near a critter that eats metals. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I understand. Alright, so this is good. We have the oxygen. Oh, they're still getting eye irritants, even though they're wearing oxygen masks. That's not something I had considered. Just coming out here and picking up the meat very slowly. Oh, jeez. It's moving so slow. Oh, no. Oh, God, this is a problem. Is there not, like... I guess the answer to this problem is full enviro suits, huh? Which is what I am trying to be able to make by making this in the first place. So that's still a ways away, I suppose. Unassigned cot? I have an extra cot? I guess I could print a new person, huh? How are we doing on food? We're fine on food. People are continuing to do work here. How is that going? Fine? One extremely short task at a time is how they are doing work here. This needs to get prioritized. Because I want this to start pumping. So that we have water. Even if it does bring with it more heat problems. Which means I want to be able to funnel this through a cold area. Like, say, this one, for example. It's a lot of carbon dioxide. It is a lot of carbon dioxide. I'm not doing anything with it. It's just kind of there. I could store it. For my eventual carbon dioxide engine rocket. Because that's a thing I plan on making, maybe. Make dupes happier with a soda fountain. Oh, that's true. That's how soda fountains work. I don't think I have the research for a soda fountain yet. Maybe that's my next research target, is soda fountains. Learn how to do that thing. I do need to make my dupes happier. I do want to make a rec room. I don't think I've ever made a rec room before, so that'll be an interesting experience too. Excuse me. Build it. Thank you. I could turn this space into a rec room. Right next to the dining room. I think there's like a canonical order for the way that dupes want to do things at the end of the day. And I don't know what that is. I think they want to go to the bathroom and then they want to eat. And I don't know how spending time in a rec room fits into that. This ladder can just go also. This is unnecessary. Alright, well, here we go. Here comes the hot salt water. Sure hope this isn't a terrible idea. But I guess we'll find out. It's probably a terrible idea. Athletics -9. Poor girl. This is actually starting to move, which is good. That's delightful. In fact, I should plan this out. I think I want this to happen sooner rather than later. So maybe let's 6 all of this and start planning this process. Where does this go? I just want this to connect to the pre-sieve line. Oh god, what did I do? I want this to just connect directly into here, I think, is maybe the easiest way to do it. Liquid bridge, yes. Just like that, I guess? It's probably reasonable. Is there a way to get it prioritized above, I guess, with like a valve or something? I can choose which line it's coming from, but for now I can just do this and it'll resolve it in whatever way it resolves it. This is going to need power. Okay, and it's going to get the ugly power because that supplies at least everything I needed to. People mostly aren't going to be hanging out down here once all the building is done. And then there is the thought of, do I want to clear the food poisoning from it before it gets put into the sieve? Probably not. Probably don't care. Probably don't care. Pipes, bridges, priority cheat sheet. Oh no. Okay, hang on. I guess I'll take a look at this. Gas and fluid priorities killed one of my bases. Okay. Okay. All of this makes sense. It is good to know about the way that bridges work. So a bridge going into an occupied pipe will be deprioritized compared to the contents of that pipe. And a bridge on top of a bridge coming out of an occupied pipe will be prioritized over going to the other side of that pipe. Otherwise, this all makes sense. This all makes sense. This doesn't seem like anything that is particularly weird or out of the ordinary. Cool. And what that means over here is that if I wanted this to be prioritized, I could have... I don't really want it to be prioritized in that way, though. I'm okay with just having it mix. I think just having it mix is the better way to do it. Okay, actually, can we please just deal with this mess so people don't have soggy feet and aren't stuck here forever every time they come in? Well, people keep starving because they keep missing meals. Just eat, buddy. I think I might actually need to give them more downtime. I think that's the other thing that would solve this problem. It might be a more downtime solution. Okay, Noirshot's stress is getting better is also the important part here, so that's good. Yeah, I will just tack on an extra bit of downtime. And, that maybe is going to be okay for all of the things. It means things get done slower, but my dupes are happier. And my dupes being happier is definitely relevant. It also means that I have room to print more dupes. Like, I already have room to print more dupes, but now I have even more incentive to print more dupes. Food has decayed. Well, somebody will fix it. Can we just store all the peat here, please? Just move all the peat closer to the peat consumers? Don't do this, my god. Why do I even have this as an option? Am I seriously just flat out of peat? No, I have a million peat. People just haven't... Oh, because of the oxygen masks. I see. Ah, I didn't prepare for this. Okay, okay. Because there's so much to do over here that it means that people aren't supplying the peat burners. That is a problem, actually. I don't know if that changes anything. Maybe we build another dock? And hopefully that helps with the problem? Once I have power? Alright, good. Good job, buddy. Critical power level. Are we... Do we not have power banks? We actually don't have power banks. Oh, no. Okay, okay. Somebody make a power bank over here. Somebody make, like, 3 power banks. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I need to watch these numbers, because these are important numbers. Yo, we found rust! Time to turn this on. It's out of power. Like everything. Yeah, I did need to find a better power solution for all of this network than just these peat burners. And that's still a work in progress. I guess I could do the hydrogen thing. Is this a reasonable place to do the hydrogen thing? Maybe. That's a thought. I haven't done this in a while. Let's see if I can remember how this works. All right, so I need... Oh, but then I need water. Water is always a problem. Yeah, the electrolyzer hood. But I need to send water into it. I earned an achievement. I hatched a new critter morph. Which critter morph did I hatch? What the hell is a Rex doing over here? How? What? Oh. It got dumped in the wrong place. I see what happened. I don't think I can relocate the Rex, but maybe let's wrangle the Rex. What morph hatched? Do I eventually get to find out? What? This is a terrible place for a Dartle. Stupid Dartle. Figure it out later. Because I don't see like a Blum Lumlet or something here. Maybe eat those other Blum Lumlet eggs. Maybe it hatched somewhere out in the wild? Is Puffed Prince a morph? I don't think so. I think that's just normal. Alright, I guess I will just resign myself to never knowing. Alright, back to thinking about hydrogen. When did this critter... Right? Yeah, exactly. 10 years later. How did this critter arrive at this point? Usual setup of electrolyzers and some hydrogen generators to burn off the excess. Yeah. I mean, that's not the problem. The problem is where the water is coming from. And maybe it's just the cleaned, polluted water But if so, there's the question of, like, what happens if I put food poisoning into the air? That seems bad. I don't actually know how bad that is, but I think it's bad. I think it's something I don't want to do. Hang on. Oh, okay. No, no, no. I wouldn't give them polluted water. I would give them water, like cleaned from the sieve. The question is whether or not the presence of food poisoning in that water is a problem. Like, I'm fairly sure food poisoning germs in the air still cause food poisoning, which is a thing that I would like to avoid. So I have to find a source of water for it that is not poisoned, ideally. Wait, doesn't it, like... Hang on. Yeah, it outputs it real hot anyway. So maybe it's fine. Since the output is hot enough to burn off the food poisoning, I think. Could the thing that hatched be in the teleporting place? I guess so, yeah. It could be a thing over here. The critter morph. I haven't been paying attention to the critters here. So I don't know if any of them had, like, a shot at being a morphed critter. So I'm just gonna not worry about it, I think is the plan. I think the plan is I'm going to not worry about it. And if it starts to matter at some point later, then it'll matter at some point later. Yeah, it dies off with heat. I know it dies off with heat. So I think it's actually okay. So that means that we can do the thing. I think I want to do it up here. I think up is a good place for it. Trying to remember exactly how I have done this in the past. And I think it is something along the lines of... Like, I think I don't need to be too particularly fussed about it. This goes on some tiles. Some tiles up here. This isn't... Obviously, this isn't where I'm going to do it. But just as, like, a place to kind of map it out. And then a gas pump at the top. That runs into a filter and sends filtered gas to... maybe to storage. Storage is probably a good idea. So, to storage of some kind. Which then gets sent to a hydrogen generator. Right, so this would be gas to there, hydrogen to here, and then to there, and then this just vents. Is this it? Is this naive? Is there anything else I need to do with this? Is it actually this simple? It puts out more gas than one pump can handle. Oh, really? But I only care about the hydrogen. Like, I don't need to pump out the oxygen. I only need to pump out the hydrogen part. So if it's not dealing with all of the rest of the oxygen, that's fine. Because the amount of hydrogen it's pumping out is 112. And a gas pump can handle 500. Yeah, okay. So if I wanted to put it in a sealed room, I would need 2 gas pumps. As long as the oxygen can go somewhere, and that is the point of having this here, so that the oxygen can just flow out the bottom. This can just pump whatever it pumps out. This seems like it'll work. Yeah, this seems like it'll work. Alright. So now let's figure out where I am actually building this. In such a position that the oxygen can flow out is the other thing. If we're doing it up here, which is not an unreasonable place to do it. And then at some point, I might need to start cleaning up some of this carbon dioxide. It doesn't need to be over here specifically. Is there a better place to put it for airflow reasons? Maybe in this area? And then just pump the hydrogen over to the hydrogen storage / generators, which are going to be over here near the rest of the power? These are the only pipes that are in the way, so that should be fairly manageable. Okay. The hell did you get loose? Get wrangled, idiot. I built a door specifically to stop you idiots from getting out. See how well that worked. Okay, so oh, and then I need to figure out, yeah, and we can just send the sieved water straight into it, I think. So, actually, this is a completely reasonable place to do it since I have the sieved water coming here also. Okay, cool. I like this plan. Let's go with... Do I want to do it off of here, just to make it a little bit easier in terms of, like, positioning, and the ladder's already present, and... Yeah, maybe. So that'll be electrolyzer here. Gas pump here. Filter. Here. Maybe not there exactly. Maybe filter here. So it's not getting in the way of, like, the water. How do I feel about that? Pretty good. Pretty okay. Go around this mess. Through here. And then we'll have hydrogen generator. Let's do hydrogen storage here. And then a hydrogen generator here. So we'll do pipe it into there. This will pipe into there. This will connect down to here. And I might want a separate smart battery. That I haven't decided on. It's not unreasonable. Also, there's like peat over here that I haven't consumed. Along with the lum that I haven't consumed. So we can open that up too and not feel too bad about it. And then this needs power. And I don't know where this is going to be getting its power. Because it is very disconnected from this as a power source. Which is the one problem with this arrangement. And trying to put this on the same network as these peat burners is a bad idea. So maybe instead of all of this, I actually just want to do it over here near the power source. I just like it over here because this is the place that's like hurting the most for oxygen. I mean, I guess I could just run the heavy watt wire all the way across. That is so mega awkward, though. Why is this blue? Inactive. Oh. Really? Is there no power on this network? There really isn't. Okay, okay, I see the problem. It really should be on that heavy watt network, though. There's no heavy watt bridge. I'd have to bridge this power. Yeah, and I think it's easiest to do it across here than it is to go through the rest of the base, where people actually have to hang out. Which means running an access corridor. Is it at the point of rewire the entire base? No. No. It is spaghetti time. Now is the time for spaghetti. Behold the power of spaghetti. I'm just gonna go over this. And we will need a wire bridge here so that I can cross there. Oh, this is so much work. All right, get to it, kids. All I have is more bionics, huh? Grilling booster and engineering booster. Dissociative and error prone. I see. What is a flash mobber? Breaks into dance. Okay, okay. I guess we'll take the one with the grilling booster. Because that can be swapped out if I need it to. And we have the microchips to make stuff somehow. So that's good. Eduardo? Incredible. Absolutely incredible naming conventions for the bionics. And if we could make, say, a construction booster and a digging booster for Eduardo, that would be great. You starving? Just go eat! What is it with you people? And we'll start off with soldering station usage, I guess? Because athletics? Probably. Sai Niku can learn to do a thing! What are you doing, Sainiku? What is the plan? You're mostly moving stuff around, which is, in fact, a service that must be provided, so I'm grateful. I guess continue to be good at carrying things. Unless I want to take you down the farming route. No, just be better at carrying things. Sounds great. And Ren, I have still not decided what I am giving to you because I'm worried about your morale. And that's okay. Invalid construction location. They'll figure it out. I believe. Schedule, though. Yeah, you're on the default bionic schedule. That's correct. Okay, cool. Oh, I didn't say deliver. This needs to get delivered. Food has decayed. Oh no, my omelets. Wow, that's depressing. I don't have mealwood seeds. Yep. Yeah, the only thing that I could actually make is brawny spice, and I'm not going to. Definitely running out of power. Insufficient peat. Just requires people to actually go do the thing. Well, I printed the booster. Which means that the guy... Hang on. Eduardo. Sign a booster from the menu below or craft new boosters at the grilling stations. Okay. A construction booster, yes. And then at some point I will unassign the grilling booster, but not immediately. Wow, look at those sparkles. Someone's happy. You can store the frost buns in the fridge. That's okay. That's allowed. You can store the raw eggs in the fridge. Yes, that's allowed. I have to decide about the meat, because I feel like the meat should just be sent to the Rex. Over here. Once the Rex gets sent over there... Which is still a process, yeah. I do not want the pipes connected yet. This is important. We will reconnect them when I am ready. Critter starvation. Where? Why are you here? Just eat a lum or something. Can you even do that? Maybe they're too big. They might be too big. Time until death 10 cycles. That seems bad. Maybe we'll just get him moved. Eventually. Oh. Yeah, I forgot about that. That needs to happen. Okay. Progress. Hopefully. Yeah, these projects move so much faster when people can just do the thing. When people are here. Hydrogen, right? Confirm ventilation. This gets pumped to here. And it's hydrogen. Okay, this can get closed off. Maybe sweep all this stuff up. This I can now fix, so that can get deconstructed. And then this can get run through. And I need to make sure that my dupes don't go running through here. Oh, they can't. They can't. Okay, no, this is fine. Do I need to close this off? There is some concern regarding gases, but maybe it's just okay? It's possible that it's just okay. Alright. This looks like it should be running. So maybe we'll reconnect those pipes. The heck? Pipe. There we go. They still don't have power, but once this connects, they will. Man, I need this peat storage bin to be accessible from the other side of the oxygen mass checkpoint, so that people don't have to go through the checkpoint in order to store peat. What's up, Tails? Yeah, I definitely need more heat and carbon dioxide, thanks. One of these days, the wrangled animals will actually get sent to the place where they're supposed to. One of these days, New Herald earned a skill point. Cool. What am I going to have you do? Your morale is not super great. Okay, but if you miss a meal, you're gonna be even. I guess missing a meal is not too bad, right? Because then the next day they're just fine. So maybe I can give him carrying and not feel bad about my life. Maybe I can give him carrying and not feel bad. I suspect I'm gonna feel bad. You are in a similar position. Unfortunately, I can't give you anything immediately useful. I'm not gonna give you pyrotechnics, because that doesn't actually give you any bonuses at the moment. Maybe I'll just hang on to this skill point, and once I'm ready to give him pyrotechnics, I'll give him pyrotechnics. Is that a good idea? Who knows? It's a mystery. Many things are mysterious. How are we doing down here, by the way? Not a lot of movement is how we're doing down here. And over here? Yo, this opened! This activated! This needs power. But still! I can send stuff to the other colony. Okay. I need to send over manufactured material. I need to send over refined metal. Allow duplicants to manually manage these storage materials. Yes. Yes. And I need to send over refined material because why? Why did I need refined material? Oh, I remember. To build a, to build an oil thing. Hang on. Is there a thing that I can do to limit how much it'll contain? I thought there was, but now I'm not seeing a thing that lets me limit how much it'll hold. Because I want it to hold exactly like a small amount of the refined material. I don't want it to just get 1,000,000 refined material. Not that I have 1,000,000 refined material to send, but let's be real here. And how is this going? Also slowly. But it is going. Yeah, this overall seems like it's working. The chlorine gas is being trapped and is also being sent into chlorine storage. So that's very cool. You know, I could probably run... There's a thing that, let's see. Medicine? No. Utility? There's a thing that uses, I want to say uses chlorine gas and can strip germs out of liquids that go through it. Conduction panel. Carries liquid, allowing extreme temperature exchange with overlapping buildings. It can transfer heat effectively even if no liquid is passing through. What? I don't think I understand. That's fine. It's not important. None of these do the thing. What am I looking for? Does the thing that I'm thinking of exist? I know that ore scrubbers exist. Scrubber. Yeah. This takes in piped in chlorine to remove germs on materials, on like solids. I thought a similar thing existed for liquids. And if that's true, I don't know. What location is this? Industrial machinery. Yeah, but like which category is it? Utilities. Okay. It doesn't look like I have a similar thing for any other resource type. Too bad. I mean, I guess hand sanitizers exist, so it's also a thing. Food has decayed. That keeps happening. These refrigerators are not very good at refrigerating. Alright, how bad is this? Not great. Not great. Not miserable, but not great. Alright, this is about ready to turn on once people deliver this business. Alright, is this empty? No. That's alright. We can just deconstruct this building, regardless of whether or not it is empty. Are people taking the peat to somewhere? Do I have a way of seeing where this is? Or is it just like, click on a storage bin and see if it has peat in it? You know, let's just not store peat anywhere in any of these. Copy settings. Well, no peat stored there. It doesn't seem like a reasonable way to do this, but if nobody else is going to do the thing, then I'll make them relocate him. This is working. This is working. Fantastic. Okay, let's find out why it's not getting traversed. Why it's not getting transferred. Transferred is probably the word I'm looking for. Errands. No available errands. Picked up the Rex. Okay. What? Don't groom him! Not permitted. Oh, because there's not a free thing here. Because somebody keeps... Why not permitted? In what way are they not permitted? No pending deliveries. Okay, for real though, can we wrangle this idiot? Can they stay wrangled? Things are happening that I do not approve of. Alright, at some point overpressure will be a problem here, but for right now it's not, so that's good. Yeah, this looks like it is just actually... It is a little bit overpressured. So it's not running constantly. It's running maybe half the time. Oxygen food poisoning. All right, there it is. There is, in fact, some germs. Not exactly in the air here. A little bit in the air. But it seems to be dissipating fairly quickly. All right, good enough. I don't need more Ovagra node seeds. Let's print someone who will eat, yeah? Both of them are shabby dressers. That's not fantastic. Uncultured is fine for someone with a medicine, strength, and piloting. dies in oxygen too. Yeah, the amount of germ that is over there is very low at the moment, so seems unconcerning. All right, yeah, sure. Print you. Get printed. We've even got a bed for them. The Rex is gone. We did it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rex has been successfully moved. Great success. Actually, so rethinking this business, maybe I want to send it to the vent. So instead of connecting here and going straight to the sieve, it can go through here. Do I like that better? Then it'll be dumping into here, which might help with my overheating problems. Actually, I think I do like that better. All right, new plan. This will connect this way, not overlapping this, because I want this to be able to still output. Disconnect here. This liquid pipe can be demolished. And this liquid pipe can be demolished. And apparently we're good on oxygen these days. Between the rusty oxidizer and this thing doing its thing. Show me cycle reports, actually. 240. That is 2 metal banks. 2 power banks. I probably want more than 2 power banks stored up, actually. Now that the question is being called, maybe make... Ooh, I am real short on nickel. We gotta mine out some more nickel. All kinds of mining I need to do. Also real short on algae. All right, well, mine all of this out, I guess. You can do it. I believe in you. Produce some resources. This is still a higher priority, though. If you guys could finish this sooner rather than later, that would be great. What are we going up here for? Picking up fertilizer, I suppose. And where are you taking it? Farming materials. Okay, that's fair. Let's make this process a little bit cleaner, though. Because I think this is not holding... Oh, it is holding fertilizer. Well, let's make it not hold fertilizer. And then this can hold all the fertilizer. Not 9. It could be a 6. But then all of the fertilizer can just be put there. Alright, are you starving to death again? Just 8. Fantastic news. That makes me very happy. This is melting, and that's kind of not okay. Do I have a place that I want to put brine ice? Other than the place in which I am using brine ice? Not really. You know, really, no. But I don't want it to just melt into a puddle of brine here, because that's also annoying. Yeah, okay, that was what I was afraid of, but that's fine. Plenty of places to put dew drippers here. Yeah, not getting a whole lot of hydrogen out of this. Which might mean I want to build another one of these, another setup like this. Assuming I have the... Whoa, what the hell happened here? It is warm water. It is not germy. It must have broken out of the sieve or something. Why is there polluted dirt in the water sieve? What? Oh, because it just produces polluted dirt. Well, that makes some sense. Yeah, how did this happen? This is uncomfortable. Also, it is going everywhere. Oh my god. Okay, well, if this is the kind of thing that can happen, then we need to have it not happen. Mega awkward. No more soggy feet for people. And of course, my bionic dude is the one that is rushing forward to mop things up. Thanks, buddy. Look at it go. Okay. This is a lot more brine again. Understandable. Could it have leaked when I was swapping the piping around? I mean, I guess. But I wasn't touching the regular water piping. I was only touching the polluted water piping. And the pipes that I was touching didn't have anything in it. So... odd. If I turn auto repair off on the sieve and the desalinator, then I'll be able to see if it's them breaking and leaking. It should let me know when something gets damaged, though. Like, this got damaged, and it told me about it. I remember seeing that pop-up, and I haven't seen another pop-up since. It definitely wasn't the desalinator, because the water was up here. I don't know. Concerning. Well, at least we are heavily oxygenated now, so that's great. I was going to look at the cycle reports, and I got distracted. Oxygen generation. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. How far back do I have to go before it's, like, actually not good? 80? 5 cycles ago? And now we are doing great. Algae's good. Gear bomb is bad. Peat is still miserable. People have some skill points that I have not paid attention to. Oh, right, the new person. The new person that has all kinds of desires and wants and needs. What if you just carry things for me, though? New person. What if you prioritize digging and building, and then secondarily storing, supplying, and tidying? And you never worry about all the other garbage, and you just keep my base moving. What if those things? Does that sound good? It sounds good to me. They're interested in doctoring. That is not what they are going to be doing. I think I have one person that maybe has doctoring skill. We got somebody with a 4 in medicine. They can do all the doctoring. Make nobody else do any of the doctoring. Devonok has a 3 in medicine. What if we just make nobody doctor? Except for Devonok and Gossman. I guess Ruby has some medicine skill. Look at that. -3 in doctoring. Yeah. Stay away from the humans. Stay away from the fleshy dupes, please. Do I care about whether Ruby does the doctoring? Maybe I don't. Ruby is primarily researching. I wonder why I made that decision. I don't know, whatever. Oh, yeah, this desalinator. That's a good point, Brynry. I forgot. It might have been this thing. That is fair. Because this does exist here. And is in a position, like we're going to be dumping bottles of brine or whatever into it. But it wouldn't dump out that much water. That was a lot of water that got dumped out. Should I care about table salt? I have forgotten about table salt completely for the past X amount of years. Let's get some more table salt. Your 800 plus hours in this game have not been wasted. Fair. Alright. What are you doing? You have skills in tinkering and in construction. Interesting. Why did I give you this skill in farming? I should skill scrub this. Give you skills in things I actually care about. Did make you do some farming, I guess. Have you on operating and building? Alright, well. People gotta operate, so let's have you do that, I guess. I still haven't spent your skill point. I'm still not going to. Your morale makes me uncomfortable, buddy. Ah, this got checked out. Travaldo did the thing. Next activity, 46 cycles. Okay, good. It's fine. Yeah, this salt water is going to be a problem. Yo, we got data banks out of it? I didn't know that was a thing. It's cool. I think I want to let this out through here. So let's cancel that for now. And once this has pumped sufficient stuff out, we can equalize. What am I doing here? Oh, right. This needs power. Forgot this needs power. How am I getting this power? I'm really tempted to just set up a manual generator here and power this whenever I need it. But, like, only when I need it. Maybe that's the best way to do it, honestly. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. I'm not gonna connect it to, like, any kind of... It's way too much materials. And this will just be mostly inactive until exactly when I need it. which is fine. They ate my remaining power banks. Time to make some more power banks, which they're working on. Insufficient resources microchip. Oh, for the digging booster. Yeah, the microchips keep getting used on the tune-ups, which understandable. This also keeps happening. More dartles just in the middle of my base. They continue to be a problem. Just ate. Looking for food. I can keep feeding it dartles. This wants to hold exactly brine ice. At higher priority. You know what I need here is a sweepy. I need a sweepy to sweep up all of the brine, all of this liquid. I know how to do this. Maybe. Utilities? Stations? Found him. Okay, we really don't need to make this out of steel, but thank you. So let's make some more nickel. I am stone out of peat again. No, I'm not. What? But none of it is here. So where is it? Just on the ground, I guess? I do have a bunch of plant husk now. Not that I'm doing anything with it. What was I supposed to do with plant husk? With resin, I can get plywood. And that's it. With resin, I can get plywood. How do I get resin? Cracking eggs. Or pulverizing amber, which is definitely a thing that I have access to. How much resin do I need? I guess every 2 eggs is 100 kilograms of plywood? Assuming I build a plywood press? Liquid intake. Oh, liquid intake for the resin. Sure. Does the resin only come if the eggs are actually cracked in the egg cracker? I think so. I think if they crack in the wild, I don't get resin. This was the morph! We got a sun bug. Now I know what the morph was. 10 hours later. Okay, good. Good, that's helpful. Oh, also, I have blueprints. What have you got for me? Digital lawn. Great. Mush bar glitter. It's gross. That is gross. Why would you do that to me? Alright, well, this desalinator is mostly doing the thing, so that's cool. That's ended up working pretty much the way I want it to. Can you reach those? How are we doing here? One power bank is an insufficiency of power banks. It's being worked on. 0 peat. Can I find any more peat to dig out? I feel like the answer to that is going to be only in fits and starts. Not a lot of good sources of peat around. But there is some. This is a real dangerous dig. Maybe we don't dig that spot out. I guess as long as I leave this up, it's fine. This is mostly dug out. I can maybe find out what this is. See if this works. I don't remember exactly what the process is to figure this out without releasing all of the materials. But I think I can dig out the bottom row here, and that'll work. Oh, terrible convolution have I contrived today. It's definitely a contrivance. We're still working on it, though. Right, let's find some more dartles to sacrifice to this Rex, I guess. Picked up 0 polluted dirt. Oh, thanks. You're not going to take him with you? It's a 9! Bring the dartles over! These people are such a disaster. Oh, I was going to build a sweepy. And then forgot that that was a thing that I was doing. Oh, because I wasn't going to build it out of... Right. I'm going to not build it out of steel. We're going to build it out of iron, out of nickel. Once I have power. Because power is a problem. Because I am still out of peat. Yes, I remember this whole process now. Alright, alright. Go get some more peat, I guess. How's the wrangling going? Poorly still. Yeah, it's not going to be easy to find the power to run the metal refinery. Metal refineries are real gluttons. Excuse me. Distribute 1,000 kilograms of oxygen using gas vents. Hey! We moving the oxygen around! Hooray! Alright, so... this is still a thing that I need to prioritize fixing. I should send somebody over here to fix the problems that I currently have. Whoever is over here is just gonna be miserable, is the thing. Because all of the oxygen is polluted. But I should send somebody over here to fix the thing. Alright. I don't even have a latrine because this isn't enclosed. So that's a thing I need to fix also. Just a couple of additional hits of morale as I can afford them. Also, I need to do something with the polluted dirt, which... that's not great either. Alright, let's send somebody over here to start this cleanup. And maybe it can be one of the bionics? It could be one of the bionics. Because they have more time to get stuff done. And don't need all of these facilities. But they do need to be, like, degunked and whatever. So, where are we on the schedule right now? Here. Okay, so we got a lot of time. Yeah, let's send over, Eduardo. And see what he can accomplish. While the other work gets completed while I am not watching, hopefully. Alright, now I have a dupe who can do things here. So, let's set up compost, thusly. This is going to get deconstructed. This is going to get deconstructed. Take that out. Set up a door. New printables are available. That's cool. I'll think about that in a hot second. Medicine. Still needs a wash basin. And then also still needs an outhouse, which is in plumbing. Alright, new printables. Plug slugs! I don't want him to eat my metal. I love the idea, but I don't want him to eat my metal. I am not set up for this. Do I want to print a new dupe? Decreased construction. Both of you are gourmet? I don't want to print any of this. Maybe I'll just print the plug slug eggs and eat them. Maybe we will just print some omelets. Yeah, I'm not printing any of these dupes. I don't think I want to print a wire dough here. So let's just print some omelets. As much as I would love to take advantage of the free energy generation, I don't want to build up yet another ranching facility and also start losing all of my metal to it. Dartle eggs go here. Just move the egg. It's easy. This worked out pretty much the way I wanted it to, so that's great. We need to be wrangled as well. So much wrangling to do. And we need to eat the plug slugs. Does it make sense to farm the shine nymphs for eggs? For resin? That's a process. I don't know how much of a process. Maybe it's not that much of a process? They have a pretty quick life cycle, right? 25. And they eat berries, pike apples, and phosphorite. Like, I have some phosphorite, but I am using the phosphorite to keep these wheezeworts happy. I really don't want to spend too much effort on plywood? I don't know how much effort I want to spend on plywood, actually. This is... I'm just not sure how much effort I want to spend on plywood. Some. Willing to spend some. Maybe more than I have so far. Found a toilet. Activation required. Wow, that's an out-of-the-way toilet. How do I get to the toilet? From here. Okay. Okay. That's not unreasonable. This is brine ice, huh? Neat. Right? At some point, if I want to make it to the toilet, I can. Fine. The stall. Why? Why are there logs in the toilet? Sound of running water. Dr. Reed? Sound of a door opening. You came! I thought something happened. Sorry I'm late. Real snafu in the cafeteria this morning. The new hazmat labels peel right off if they come into contact with mayonnaise. Why are there hazmat labels in the caf? Did you bring the access codes for Techna's siphon? They're on this drive. Look, I need to know exactly who you're working with before I hand this over. We're the good guys, Dr. Reed. That's who I thought we were. Try again. I work with the people who made your director who she is. In a way, we're sort of family. The director has no family. Maybe not in this lifetime. The drive, please. What about Nicola? Do your people know where he is? We're on it. You'll be the first to know. Sound of a firm knock on the door. Hello? Who's in there? Those security guys must have followed you. Sound of banging on the door. Open up! If they get a hold of the data on that server... Wait, what are you... Sound of a toilet flushing. What have you done? I'm sorry. It's gone. If they get their hands on it, I would never forgive myself. Sound of the door creaking open. Catalina? I thought you were... Finally. What are you... You know what? I don't even care. Whatever you two are doing, can you do it in the hallway? I gotta go bad. Of course. Sorry. Actually, Dude, don't make it weird. Get out of the way. Sound of a door slamming. What are you doing? Pulling up the blueprints of the facility's plumbing system. You didn't think you could just flush unpatented trillion-dollar technology down the toilet, did you? Wait, you don't mean to sell this technology. You don't understand the consequence. We understand perfectly. You've been a great help, Dr. Reed. I trust you know better than to mention this to anyone. Wow. Dr. Reed has been, I don't know if this is like blackmailed, threatened, somehow convinced to sell technology, but flushed it down the toilet instead. The toilet requires activation? What do we do with the toilet? Do we use it as a toilet? This is very out of the way. Success! This building has printed its first viable organism. It contains 0 detectable genetic defects. We can now confidently reroute the printing pod's power to print the critters and seeds best suited for my colony's purposes. No species need ever be extinct again. A small personal item shook loose from the frame during use. Perhaps it belonged to the previous operator. Hairdryer. A vintage follicle styling tool. The handle bears a small engraving that reads 2NT from NT. Okay. The sink cannot be inspected. The paper towel dispenser cannot be inspected. And the toilet can be unclogged. I can't click it. Why can't I click it? Why can't I unclog the toilet? A styling tool. Yes, correct. Maybe because it's unreachable? Who knows? It's a mystery. Some soggy feet out here. Incredibly soggy feet. Where are you going? Oh my god. This is such a problem. Bionic power. Really? Where are you, buddy? Picked up water. Okay, can you not get over here and do the thing? Can you not? Okay. Let's start with that then. Okay. Now that that's been done. Bionic power, huh? How soon do you need power? You can have power banks stored up. Oh, that's cool. So you just need to plug them in. You don't need to, like, eat them or anything. You just need to... Like, you don't need to sit and charge. Estimated power supply remaining 1.7 cycles. That's fine. That's A-okay. I will, however, work on creating some more of those things. Because it seems like we need them. I have a lot of iron ore. Wow. Kind of unexpected. Well, whatever. It doesn't actually matter whether I'm using iron or nickel for anything, pretty much. Other than iron can become steel. So I guess I'm not that concerned. Alright, so this is good. Now we need to make a better bedroom. Because, again, we want morale. Minimum size, 12 tiles. Okay. So that's going to be here. That's 12. We'll make it 16, I guess. There's not a lot of need to leave it. What if it's just here? Straight up. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Just like that. Is there anything that needs to be paid attention to here at the moment? This keeps getting more water on it. Why? How? I wanted to clear this out, which means I need to open some more space here. This is progressing slowly. This is closed off at this point, which is great news. Oh, and I wanted to get this mopped up. Cycles, fine. Alright, now I have to actually think about what I'm researching. Back to here, I guess. Okay, great. And now you can get to this. No, you don't have hard digging? Don't you have a digging booster? Oh no, I never built it. We ran out of, we didn't have the microchips for it. Okay, so no digging booster. Otherwise, this would be great. Can we put all the databanks into here? Can I store databanks? Power banks. No. Miscellaneous? No. Tech component. Yeah, okay. I don't know how I'm going to give this power. Why are you idle? Don't be idle. Let's make... The next thing I wanted to make was a dining room. I want to make a dining room. So same thing here. That can just stay closed. Put a mess table down here. Unrefrigerated with exposure to pollution, but it's nutrient bars. Nutrient bars will keep. Nutrient bars are really not a problem. Allow manual use is the other thing here. Yep. Bog buckets. I guess I need like a bog bucket farm? Alright, tell me about bog buckets. Bog buckets get their name from their bucket-like flowers and their propensity to grow in swampy bog-like environments. The flower secretes a thick, sweet liquid which collects at the bottom of the bucket and can be gathered for consumption. I need a mini printer out here. Let me finish reading this and then I'll print them. Try to figure out a mini printer. Though not inherently dangerous, the interior of the bog bucket is so warm and inviting that it has tempted individuals to climb inside for a nap, only to awake trapped in its sticky sap. Produce bog jellies, which we can turn into a food of some kind, I believe. At an electric grill, they can become swampy delights. How delightful, probably. And bog buckets eat polluted water, of which there is much. Okay. So if I try to find a default bog bucket here, when grown domestically require irrigation. Yep. Okay. Otherwise, they can just be harvested. Albeit at a much slower rate than if they were being grown in a farm. Also, there's plenty of swamp chard for people to eat. Which is the local equivalent of snack fruit. Just dig up some food. So actually, as far as food requirements go, we're kind of doing okay for at least the near future. What else do I want Eduardo to set up before I send him home? Oh, the mini printer that I just talked about. How does that work? It's a station? I think it's a station. Sure not. Mini pod, that's the thing. Can be built out of just about anything. Portable bioprinter that produces new duplicates or care packages containing resources. Might as well be a forgotten mini-pod, because that's the kind of planet we have. And I can build it out of just about anything? That's kind of sick, actually. I'm gonna build it out of obsidian. It's gonna be so pretty. And I can build it pretty much anywhere. But I can only have one per colony. And it emits light. You can stick it up here, I guess. I don't know. Demolish requires skill operation, but I think I can do that with Eduardo. I think Eduardo can, in fact, demolish. Because I have the construction booster, which grants some amount of abilities that I'm sure I can see. Properties? How do I see what the thing does? Ah, here it is. Yes, construction booster allows demolish gravitas buildings. Okay, great. Big brain jar, also demolishable. Sample jar, also demolishable. Shelf, also demolishable. Although, I guess if I don't need to, maybe I don't, because they are providing decor. Although, honestly, the tiles and lab windows are providing way more decor than anything else here, so I'm not particularly worried about the decor provided from the jar. And then I can build stuff in this area if I wanted to build stuff. This liquid pump, once again, overheated. Yeah, understandable. It's hot in here. I get it. I am running the metal refinery, which produces heat. Yup, I get it. This is still very far away from finishing, unfortunately. Let's just prioritize that, yeah? See if it gets done. Schedule, you're here. Okay, you need to be sent back sooner rather than later. So once this pod is up and running, I think that's when we send you back. Oh, the harvest. Nice. This is going to go bad very soon. Oh, okay. Right, because I told you to build it out of obsidian. Yeah, that was a good decision that I made. I make such great decisions. Right. Sure, grab all those data banks. It's appreciated. Maybe let's just send you back now, though, because that's most of the thing that I wanted you to do. Next print O. Requires a duplicate to activate! Alright, well, later. I can inspect it. New entry. Huh. Printing a mini pod gave me a new entry. That's nice. Office cake. Hey, Mr. Krause. I'm passing around the collection pan. Want to pitch in a couple of bucks to get a cake for Elle? I'll think I'll pass. Come on, Otto. It's her birthday. Alright, fine. But this is all I have on me. I don't get why you hang out with her. Isn't she kind of, you know, mean? Even the meanest people have a little niceness in them somewhere. Huh. Good luck finding it. Thanks for the cake money, Otto. Alright, we'll have to worry about the rest of the databanks later. We'll worry about all of this later. When I next send somebody over. And we'll print some dupes at that point to maybe turn this into an actual functioning colony. Later. The zoom in. Maybe a few more power banks, actually. A little bit more power for our poor bionic duplicants. What am I gonna do with this chlorine? Got it stored. Should probably use it for something. No power. Yep, I agree. Power is a problem. Alright, now that the nickel is printed, I can make... What? What did I want this for? Oh, Sweepy! I wanted Sweepy. Is Sweepy here? Where is Sweepy? Maybe under furniture. Maybe under automation? Maybe under utilities? There we go. Maybe if that got done sooner rather than later, I wouldn't have to worry about this mess. Gunked toilets. Bionic duplicants can dump built-up gunk into toilets if no other options are available. This invariably clogs the plumbing, however, and must be removed before facilities can be used by other duplicants. Building a gunk extractor will ensure the bionic duplicants can dispose of their waste appropriately. Okay. Are some of my toilets gunked? Did this get gunked? Do I not have the gunk extractor? Pipe blocked. I see. Because nobody was emptying it. Do I need to do this, like, on my own? Do I need to make a decision to empty this? Surely my dupes know how to empty it. I guess they only get that errand when it's full? Or when I hit the button. Refilling oxygen tank. Okay. Sure. Yeah, okay. Fascinating. Suited duplicants may only pass if there's an available dock to store their suit. Is there a way to set it so, bionic dupes can just go? When all available docks are full, duplicants will unequip their suits and drop them on the floor. Whatever, we'll just leave it a vacancy, I suppose. Oh, it defaults to always permitted. I think that makes sense. Doesn't look like there's anything I can do to change how this works. Unrefrigerated food, yep. Because there's no power! All of the food is unrefrigerated. Do I need to press a button to make this happen? Oh, you emit light while you're doing this? Wow, that is so problematic. Holy crap! Why? Okay. Well, that needs to be changed. Interesting. They can do it like the ones to the left of them are fine, but the ones to the right of them are messed up. So we just need to swap the beds here. And then it'll be not a problem. Weirdly. Travaldo! Travaldo wants to learn how to do a thing. What thing do you want to learn how to do? Take your pick, I guess. Sure. We need more people who are better at digging. Not that you're going to be doing that. You're going to be doing researching all the days of your life. Until we are out of research to do. This can stay disabled until I'm ready to do something with it. But also, I think I have sent some things. Is that true? Did I send some things? Is there now a pile of refined nickel here? There is. Fascinating. Okay, that worked almost perfectly. Good job, Ruby. Get stronger. Digging booster unassigned. Oh, I had a plan for that. Instead of being a griller, you will be a digger. What happened to the nickel? Aww. I sent it somewhere, and now I don't have it anymore. Alright, make one more hit of nickel here. Where do I have gold? Where did that come from? Stuff is just happening out here, and I could not for the life of me tell you in what order, or how, or when, or why, or stuff is just happening. What a life. You have enough morale that I can give you this and not feel bad about it. Devinock. Sure. What is next on the list? I am going to want a data miner at some point, so let's go get computing. This, we finally got this dug out, which is great news. Pipe blocked. Too much oxygen. Alright. This doesn't need to be grown here. I don't know why I have left this around for as long as I have. Would rather have the peat than the sweat corn stalk. How are we doing on resources, by the way? Oh my god, I did it! I got feathers? That's fantastic news. That's so cool. I don't need to be watching my sand anymore. We're doing fine there. So now I can do exosuits, which is going to make all of my work out here or in the middle of the chlorine feel a lot better. I can remove this gas mask facility here and actually set up the exosuit here or something like that. That'll be a lot easier to manage also. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So first things first, I need to set up a forge. Station. Exosuit Forge. Or Textile Loom. Or Exosuit Forge. Yeah. 480. Requires refined metals, so that's going to be a thing that we need to do. Man, I need to figure out a better power solution here, because this is not doing it. This is not enough. Also, the peat thing continues to be a problem. 5 lums here. 1 lum egg. Several lum eggs, in fact. But maybe we can find another lum out in the world and wrangle it over. Like this one, maybe? Some water out here. That's worrisome. Not that worrisome. I could actually send it to this water. Just put the water with the rest of the water. Sure. We'll start off with this. Wrangle this guy. And that kind of puts me at a point where I could just eat all the remaining eggs until the lums start dying of old age. Then I can worry about whether or not I am eating lums or not. But also, it's so much food. It's so much food. Cramped. I don't like cramped. I just want to eat the food. I just want to eat the eggs, I think. At least they're all fed. We don't have, like, a lot of fig left over. But you are fed. Okay. There's a couple of different projects that I kind of want to come to grips with. I like the idea of setting up a shine bug farm so that I can actually make resin. I want to figure out a way to farm more lums so that I have more peat. I do want to figure out this temperature problem, but I think actually a big part of the temperature problem is going to be solved by getting this water moving once this water starts moving. Which it just about is, which is great news. I need to resolve the power problems. We need some other kind of power facility over here, because this is not cutting it. And maybe I could set up another, like, one of these, another pump. But, like, we are pretty over-oxygenated at this point. So it's not... Well, I could clean up the carbon dioxide and then the oxygen has a place to go. That's not a bad idea, actually. I was thinking about setting up the rec room, right? I didn't do that yet. Okay. You know what? I am sufficiently intrigued by the idea of clearing up some of this oxygen, some of this carbon dioxide, that I'm gonna set up. We're gonna make a rec room. That's what we're gonna do, and maybe that'll help people. Recreational building, decor building, no industrial machinery. Communal table requires plywood. The soda fountain here requires, yeah, all right, refined materials. A lot of power. Water as an intake. and carbon dioxide as an intake. Carbon dioxide not as an intake? Liquid intake pipe. They consume... It's not a lot of carbon dioxide consumption either. Interesting. But that doesn't help with the power production, and that's maybe a higher priority. My options are natural gas, petroleum, steam. More peat burners is out of the question. More hydrogen, which maybe I could do by building another oxygen setup. Coal, which I don't have a lot of. Wood burner is definitely not the thing. So by consuming or storing some of this carbon dioxide, I make a little bit more room to put gas in my colony. Which means I can maybe set up another one of these electrolyzer setups. Maybe. It feels like a big maybe. Feels like a pretty big maybe. I wonder if this can be turned off from here. I guess if I deconstruct one of these airflow tiles, it'll turn it off. How's temp spin? That's a good question. Pretty warm, I think, overall. Things aren't a problem yet, but they're definitely moving in the direction of being a problem. This will help once this starts moving. But yeah, overall here, there's been some temperature, and there continues to be some temperature. The only real problem it's been so far is right here in the middle of the hot, like, when this dumps its hot polluted water back into here. But everything else is, like, in the 40s? Which, like, that's, you know, that's not comfy. I don't know when it starts being a problem. Could some water pipes go through the cool zones? Yeah, that is, in fact, a way that a lot of people do cooling, is you start running some liquid through a zone that is naturally cold and bring that cold liquid back and then run it through your own territory. Like, that would absolutely work. It's an amount of engineering that I haven't done before, so I don't have a lot of practice with it. That said, it seems like it would be doable. Probably is a good way to do the thing. I don't know. All right, let's set up carbon dioxide storage in case that becomes relevant later on. And maybe use it in the water fountain, because I think the water fountain is a neat idea. Oh, I'm not building it out of steel. I'm not building it out of steel. You don't need that. You don't need manual anything. You don't need to hold anything. You're fine being empty. I will worry about you later. Yeah. It works much better with liquid than it does with gas. I'm not planning on doing it with gas. If I'm doing it with liquid. Ah, this is where the rust came from. Yes, the rust. Hey, look, free dartles. Cool chlorine gas vent. Very cool. 5 degrees? That's some cool chlorine. I don't see anything here yet. So let's open that up and see if that opens the thing up. My understanding is, as long as I don't open up this second layer, it's fine. I think it's specifically like this dot is always the active source for material. So as long as this dot stays blocked, it'll be fine. Not bad, but not much. And once hot, still need to deal with it. True. Yep, chlorine is always ventable. I really don't want to keep the chlorine around. We can just vent it into space. All right. We're going to put carbon dioxide in a thing. Somewhere over here? How do we do gas storage? Gas reservoir. Wow, perfect. Just like I wrote it up. This is going to be exclusively carbon dioxide, presumably. Although maybe I should filter, just in case. I should probably filter. Filtering is a good idea. Ventilation. Filter. Where do you need power, Mr. Filter? Middle slot. Perfect. Perfect. What you got for me? Basic gray shoes. Fantastic. More skill points. Maybe I wait on this one too? Noir shot. You know what? You have been not able to do this digging. Oh, maybe Masterworks. I do want you to be decorating. You need more practice decorating, actually, is what you need. Ren, you're still low morale. Always low morale. Yeah, that doesn't hurt too much. As far as resources go, we're still touch and go on Pete. Oh, this stuff is actually moving. Cool. So now we're going to get some nicer temperatures here. Which means I feel a lot better about producing some more of this stuff. Because that's not going to drastically affect this temperature. This is still going to be fairly free. We printing more people here? Could. Bottomless stomach. Eats more. That's actually not that much of a problem. And that is a wide variety of interests. I love a wide variety of interests. Flatulent is not allowed, nor is loud sleeper. Increased food morale bonus. You know, Hassan actually seems like kind of a winner. Need your other geysers discovered to find out what I have to play with. That is very true. Alright, and then let's print a bed for Hassan, for our boy Hassan. And by print, I mean construct. Built, we'll assign it to Gizmo. And this can be assigned to the new guy. Great. Now, Hassan. I like having more people into construction. Construction and farming and ranching, apparently, is what you're into. That's cool. I'll give you the construction point. And your priorities, Hassan, are going to be building and digging and farming secondarily. And I guess we can set up ranching as a secondary also. Eduardo earned a skill point. Is it improved hardware? It might be improved hardware. Improved gears? Maybe improved gears. Since that eventually gets athletics bonuses. Oh, this gets athletics bonuses too. So does this. Wow. Climate control. Interesting. That seems helpful also. Maybe just give him the athletics bonus? I like the athletics bonus. Digging and decorating. Eduardo. Wow, I never set the priorities for Eduardo. No wonder. Are there other things that I want to prioritize with you? Not at the moment. Leave that as is. Different boosters that we want to print. We got more booster slots for these people now, right? So what boosters do I want to make? Researching, advanced medical, a second digging booster? Interesting. Construction strength? Probably strength. Strength boosters for both of them. Seems completely reasonable. Because I know I have the extra dig slots, the extra skill slots now. And you are filtering for carbon dioxide. How much does this actually store once it's built? I feel like the answer is not a lot, but I don't know. Thousand kilograms. That's not a lot of gas, is it? Oh, I guess a space worth of gas is 1 kilogram? So it's a decent amount of gas. But it fills up pretty quickly. We had lettuce. Alright, get out of here, lettuce. This has still not been dug out. You have still not been wrangled. I guess if you're on the roof all the time, it's a lot harder to wrangle you. Chlorine gas vents. Highly pressurized vent that periodically erupts with warm chlorine gas. Cool, leaving that alone. Let's find out what this one is. How am I on nickel? Do I need to track this? I think I might need to track this because I keep running low. Maybe I should just start using iron instead. On account of I have a lot of it. And a little bit of gold, which I guess I should auto-refine gold? Just refine all of the gold so that the gold can be used to, I don't know, make art or something. Whatever it is I do with gold. Sweepy! You are awaiting delivery of nickel 25. Why? Okay. Why does more nickel need to be delivered? Lunar Waffles earned a skill point. Okay, well, you've been farming, so maybe be better at farming. Not gonna worry about the toilet yet. This is opened up. Hey, look, another lum egg. What a great place for lum eggs. Okay, we've actually started to go through some food. So let's eat a lum egg or two. Food poisoning from eating a germ-covered toasted mimlet. Why was it covered in germs? Is there food poisoning in my food storage? The sweat corn has food poisoning. Why? Some of the snack fruit has food poisoning? How did this happen? Where did this come from? Were we out of water at some point? Alright, well, get your curative tablet and feel better about yourself. She's stuck. There we go. They got better. I'm still not giving skills to Ren, despite him now getting a second backup skill point. Sainiku can learn to do more things, though. Am I sending you farming? I suppose I can. It's not a bad skill to have. We are going to need to do some amount of farming. Give you research points? Help with the research? Research is going fine as is, I think. Let's hit these buttons. You just have some strength. Get strong! Now, Gizmo also give you advanced schematics. Give you room for that strength booster. Meteor showers on Grasona. Snow meteors? Really? That's fascinating. Isteroids. Yeah, I guess so. And then it melts immediately and disappears forever. Harold has earned a skill point. Good job, Harold. You're mostly doing the cooking. Okay. Improved carrying it is. You're gonna have to go back and pay attention to Grasona. Sooner, maybe sooner than later, because we do still have to figure out all this oil business. And if this sucks up enough carbon dioxide, that leaves room for more oxygen. So I guess we're gonna set up another one of these. Broken? What happened? Receiving an incorrect substance? Gunk. Oh, what? Okay. So enough gunk made it through directly to here that it went through the sieve. Oh, gross. Okay, we need to set up a liquid filter. This is not something I have ever thought I would have to do, but apparently is something I have to do. Any liquid coming through here, I guess just from the toilets is the big deal, is going to need to be filtered. Is this reasonable? Or on the sieve output? I guess so. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter if it's roaming around in here. We just want to make sure that gunk doesn't go to anything that is expecting water. Yeah, see, like, this is now stuck with gunk. Okay. So, I need somebody to empty this pipe. This is just water. Fascinating. Yep, there's more gunk. Wow. Okay, yeah. And that's a much easier place to put the filter, is over here. So we'll set up another bottle filler. And a liquid filter here. And the way this is going to work is only water goes up in this direction, and everything else goes to the bottle filler. Yeah, I didn't think I was ever going to have to do that, but apparently I have to do that. Alright, that's fine. Alright, and that means that this can get reconstructed. And this needs to get repaired now. What is the plan for getting in here? Alright, I guess while I am working on this, I can also set up for another one. Which would be here. Random gunk, huh? I still don't know how we got to the situation where the dupes... Oh, okay. What? All right. Check that one off the bingo card. Was not expecting to see a dupe fully eat a container of oxygen. But that's cool. Why are your gears grinding, buddy? Oh, because you're out of oil. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. That super sucks. Somebody needs to come over here and make some oil for you. It's not like we don't have the gunk lying around. Okay, so you're just going to sit here and emptying here. Okay. Now it's got water in it, so it doesn't need to be emptied anymore. Oh, here it is. Please clean up all this gunk. Before it goes everywhere, just get in here and solve this problem for me. Okay, good. Disable it for now. Critical power level. Really? Am I out of power banks again? Why does this keep happening? I think I need to be better at monitoring how much power we have. Alright, cool. The hell happened to you? Can you get wrangled? Yep, no, I understand. Involuntary. Yep. Oh, both of them now. All right. Well, we'll get you some more power, I guess. Insufficient oxygen generation. Yo, it finally happened. this needs to be moved over to here. This also needs to be moved over to here. And power needs to be provided. Ruby earned a skill point, did she? That's great. I love that. And what will I have you be doing? Carrying more things? Probably. Rotten sweat corn. Great. Get rid of it. Immediately. Sweep this up. Sweep this up. Get this business out of the way. Actually, this doesn't need to be sealed off separately, does it? Like, it doesn't need to be 2 separate silos. It could be 1 silo. Is there a reason to keep it separate? Aesthetics. Because that was like I was making a silo, so I was just gonna make another silo. But I guess as long as it's opened up anyway, it can stay opened up. Hold on. Once again, disconnect here. So when I turn it on, it doesn't automatically do a thing. There's a lot of food poisoning in that water. Do not empty this water. Enable the building again, I guess, briefly, until I get this other stuff figured out. This is still like, we have the hood for it. Can we get this guy out of here? What is going on with him? I might have to deconstruct this tile in order to get him out. I can afford to do that. Errands. No? No errands? Why do you keep eating resources? What is up with that? It is picking up some of the brine, though, which is what I wanted. Sweepy's working. He's a pedestal. I can put something on top of him. Oh, I didn't think about that. That's cool. Construction properties. Why does it keep saying insufficient resources? Why does it keep picking up more of my metal? That's the part I don't understand. least he's doing good on the mopping. Oh, right! The feather fibers! I was gonna go do, exosuit stuff. And then didn't. I think I'm still worrying about power, which is why I haven't yet. Unreachable, huh? Oh, sweet. Can we please get this guy out of here? Thank you. I thought the dart... What, do you put the dartle in the bag and then it just Okay, buddy. Okay. Alright, well, at least it's outside of this thing now. So I can just rebuild and get these both turned on again. Alright, perfect. You're glum? Can you be glum while wild? I guess so. Interesting. I definitely don't need more sweat corn seeds, Jesus. Are we printing new people, though? Still high on I feel like I can afford this. Yeah, sure. Why not? You come with a digging booster. Decreased construction? I hate it. Undigging. Gastrophobia. And uncultured? What a deal. Alright, yeah, get in there, buddy. Banhi. You get printed. Maximum size 64 tiles, sure. And Banhi, with all of their ability to run around, is going to do primarily storing, supplying, and tidying. I guess the other... Oh, no. The other one wasn't activated yet. Yeah, this hasn't been activated. I gotta send somebody over here to activate it. At some point. Am I ready for that? I don't know if I'm ready for that. We're out of bionic power again? God. What is this? This is a volcano! This is straight up a volcano. Fascinating. I think at some point I tried to use a volcano as a base for steam power. But maybe I just leave the volcano covered. Maybe we don't let the volcano erupt ever. Maybe we just don't play with volcanoes. When are you dormant until? Next activity, 38 cycles. It'll be a bit, is what I'm hearing. Is this ready? I think this is ready. I think we can do whatever we can here. Power continues to be a problem. Yo, the dumped water out here again. How did this happen? It could be... It actually looks like it is the desalinator, and I'm not sure why. Yeah, it looks like it is the desalinator. Fascinating. I'm gonna need a sweepy over here to keep the desalinator clear. I wonder why it's just dumping water sometimes. And now I need airflow tiles here because the carbon dioxide is getting trapped. Good job, Hassan. Where's Gizmo? There you are. The new girl gets this caught. Good for them. Irrigation stored. What does that mean? What does that mean, stored? Water. Looks like the pipe contains water. The farm has gunk in it. Yep. Empty storage. Does this farm also have gunk in it? Yep. Empty storage. How about this farm? Nope. Yeah, it's hot out here, so they end up not being able to walk very fast to get back. Oh! Oh, they're coming around and not using the dock. I see what's happening. That's not okay, actually. That's not okay. Maybe get back out here. This is where the oxygen is? That's new. A strange place for the oxygen. Yes, I agree. There's not power. Is there peat? There's not power because there's no peat. Jawbow fillet. What? Huh. Okay. How do I cook it? Is that a thing that I can turn into, like... Meat and tallow. Yikes. Tallow. Extra yikes. It doesn't look like it is a thing that I can just make here. So maybe jawbone fillet requires the better grill. The other machine. Oh, no. Here it is. Requires peat also. It's difficult. But yeah, let's do that, actually. What are you talking about, undiscovered ingredients? It's right there. Make some jawbow fillet. Some smoked fish. That sounds delicious, actually. This peat business, though, continues to be a problem. These dartles are everywhere, and it's so hard to actually get them, like... Where else can we go to get some peat? Just go dig out some peat, I guess. Not enough lums. Poop more lums. How the hell did you get over here? Where did these dartlets come from? Poor Rex is starving to death. Can we please just get all of them over here? Why does this not work? Why does this keep not working? I hate these things. It's like they get wrangled and then just come free almost immediately and just don't get moved. Eating a germ-covered water. What? Like from here? Okay. But like, why? Oh, if I put Bracken in here, people love it. Interesting. Okay. That's neat. Should probably do that at some point. Where are the germs? Why is there food poisoning on the pitcher pump? I'm so confused. How did this happen? This one's fine. The gunk is full of food poisoning, which is fascinating. Oh, because the gunk went through the garbage. Yeah, okay. Did it happen again? Did somebody poop? Did some of the robots gunk up the toilets? How often is this going to keep happening? I have a gunk extractor. Do I need a second gunk extractor? Make a second gunk extractor. Fine, be that way. Maybe because they're on the same cycle, one of them gets in use, so the other just goes to the toilet. I'd believe that. Critical power level, no joke. That also keeps happening. Oh, I have it queued up and nobody's doing it. It's an operating task? Lunar Waffles, what are your priorities at the moment? Power supply, and then operate. But you've got to go do that tomorrow, I guess. This could be a bionic washroom. Oh, they do probably need to clean themselves off after they ungunk themselves. I guess I need to watch for that. Do they come out of here with, like, plus a million food poisoning because they have gunk on their hands? Looks like this is mostly dying off. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I guess it must have gotten food poisoning water from over here? From the desalinator? Like there was food poisoned brine or something? Oh, finally, one of the dartlets is here. Okay, so the Rex will have some food. But now I gotta go through and click all the ones that got missed again. Gospel. Cool. Primarily ranching. Yeah, that's fine. That's all fine. I don't need these here. Something to worry about later. We have not dug our way through here yet. It says it's emitting, but also it's overpressure, presumably because it's locked up. It's fine. All of this is fine. Not great on peat at the moment. Phosphorite is fine. I don't need to be worrying about phosphorite. It's something that's nice to have, like, handy to look at. But algae and peat is really what I'm worrying about right now. And power banks, I guess. But it is queued up. No. It's not queued up. Make 2 more. I guess they're getting eaten the moment they get made. Because that's fair. My little bionic idiots are hungry. It's a lot of, like, really roundabout. This could get better. This is going. Pretty soon that's gonna just fill this up, I guess. I should probably analyze this. Now that it's no longer, like, actual flooded. Oh, and it's outputting a bunch of polluted oxygen. That's not very heavily food poisoned, actually. Kind of surprising. Thought that was going to be worse. But this needs deoxidizers. Or deodorizers, rather. I don't want this garbage getting into my base. And this stuff is still, like, moving some of the... No power? Oh, I never actually connected it. I was going to set up a heavy want joint plate. But now it's... Mistakes. Okay. Well, I guess we're just doing this. And in order to do it, we need to open this up. Which is fine. That's still reachable. It's just awkward. I shouldn't need to build it. Just build it, and then I guess I'll connect it afterwards. Why does it need to build it? It's weird. It doesn't. Okay, good. Might as well make this more airflow. Is Dupe you still alive? Yes! We are not storing hydrogen, but hydrogen is getting used, so that's great news. I don't have a source for natural gas yet. Still need to go get more peat and more algae. There's a lot of algae lying around that has not been stored. So this number actually seems unrealistic, but whatever, let it go. Still at stone 0 here. This happened again? What is going on with this? Why is it doing this? I really don't understand what's happening here. This time it looks like it was the sieve. Do I have ice in that storage? No. It's regolith and sand. Finding safer area. Yeah, true. The 2 red blinking things. So this doesn't have power. And this doesn't have materials for the things that are queued. It's often what does it to you when you have unexplained water. It seems like... This stupid dartle is still free. It seems like water is just leaking from some of these pipes. But I don't understand how or why. There's a blue melting speech bubble. Where? What? Alright, we do need to get this cleaned up. We can't just have people walking through here with soggy feet all the time. Oh, is this where the polluted water is coming from? Is this polluted? No, this water is fine. The polluted dirt here is polluted, which is understandable. But it's not, shouldn't be in the water. Yeah, it's not in the water. Man, I'm just gonna watch this. This is so silly. Speech bubble with spikes with a snowflake in it, as if melting. Oh, it's probably the bionic dupe. They don't like being in water. I don't think it's a temperature issue, because, it's very warm here. I don't know why they would be complaining about cold. Here. Repair errand. Received damage from pipe contents becoming too cold. Okay, this is what's... Oh! It's picking up cold brine. Like brine at sub-0 degrees. And it's dumping it... Okay, okay. At least I finally have an explanation for what's happening. Okay. That explains a lot. There's no way for this to set what the temperature of it is. However, what I can do is rearrange this mess and put a temperature filter down. Yeah, and now the pipe is broken, so all the water is just spilling out. It also seems, weirdly, like I am getting polluted brine, maybe? Like the brine has food poisoning in it for some reason? I don't know, that's weird. All right, let's see if I can figure out this temperature business. So the problem here is I need a liquid pipe thermosensor. Yeah, here. Let's see, maybe the way to do this is stop cold liquid from entering the pipe, so with a valve, as opposed to using the liquid sensor to disable the machine, which is another way to do it. Where am I getting brine from? What's the path? Rather than a temperature gate, you want to put into liquid storage, which averages out temperature of inputs. Ooh, okay, okay. Yeah, I didn't think about setting up a storage for it. That's maybe a better way to do it. But yeah, a lot of the brine is coming from up here, which is legitimately cold. Like, that explains a lot. Because it's getting swept up by Sweepy. And this is just brine ice from the Rex pooping it out. Like, the Rex is pooping out brine ice. And it's turning into water everywhere. Which, if I was going to do this again, means I probably would have made mesh flooring. And, fixed this problem differently. Yeah, this is where a lot of the heat is centralized, too. So, kind of convenient to potentially be using, maybe even set up some radiant pipe here. So if I have cold brine coming in, it'll heat itself up on the way in. Radiant pipe is kind of expensive. Okay, so we need a bridge from up here. Like that. Still want a temp-gated loop to prevent the issue again. Yeah. Well, I'm just going to have it sit in the radiant pipe until it's warm enough. Because the temperature in general around here is pretty warm. And warm enough is just above 0, so I'll wait till it's like 5 degrees. This keeps happening. Oh, it was just sitting here? It's terrible news. No wonder it's, rotten. Am I not storing barbecue yet? We can store Jawbo filet. Oh, we can definitely store barbecue. Yeah, put the barbecue in the fridge! Jesus Christ, what is wrong with you people? The problem is I don't really want to be taking the meat, because the meat should just be going to the Rex. Oh, I should set up a feeder up here for the Rex. So if I do have meat lying around, I can give it to the Rex so it doesn't starve to death. All right, 6.9 degrees, sure. And then we can just enable or disable the machine of this device. Man, even with both of these running, we don't have enough hydrogen to keep the hydrogen generator running full time. That's sad. How much do you use? 100 grams per second. Okay. Which, in theory, one of these should be enough. Oh, but it's not running full time. Now, these aren't running full time either. So that makes some amount of sense. Cycle 96, we are no closer to getting Demolier demolished. Purple polyester suit? Yo. Look at how great that suit is. Absolutely printing a suit. Who needs a suit? Which one of you idiots is unhappy? Ren is extremely unhappy. Yeah, Ren needs a suit. Ren needs a suit so badly. Get some decor in your life, buddy. This power business is so bad. Food poisoning. All right, well, I guess it's time to make some more curative tablets. Good thing I have some coal. Again with the germ-covered water. So that means that water coming from here is germy. Yeah, there's germ on this pitcher pump again. How? Why? Can you set the disinfect level? There is so much. Okay, yeah, these need these I think the I think the bionic dupes need to be washing their hands is what's going on here. Oh, there's a lot of food poisoning in the air over here now. When did that start happening? Ah, when I started bringing over millions of food poisoning from here. Yeah, that's a lot more food poisoning than I had before. That makes a big difference. That's a lot more food poisoning than I had before. Well, I can't really build another peat generator. I mean, I could. It just wouldn't get power because we barely have any peat anyway. I can't build a coal generator. Natural gas seems very far away. It doesn't seem like I have a good way to do steam right now. Unless I think I can actually take advantage of that volcano. I'd have to look something up, because that's something I definitely don't want to get wrong. Like, I don't want to free up a volcano and then, you know, find out that my tolerances weren't right, or I used the wrong kind of tile, or whatever. Yeah, solar I don't have the plastic for, even if I wanted to use solar. Which, I mean, I guess I do want to use solar, but, like, I still need the plastic for it in order to be able to do that. I feel like petroleum is maybe the closest I am, and I am still very far away from putting that together. You thought solar was just glass? I don't think so. What is just glass? I probably could do solar. I feel like the amount of meteor showers has been pretty low. I just need to figure out how to manage my space exposure. Wow, we're actually burning through the food. Whoa, that happened. Damn. Okay, I need to start paying attention to food now. I might need another smoker. Because we do have a decent amount of... I guess I can see here. Yeah, there's a lot of sweat corn built up. Okay, I think I need a second smoker too. Man, all of this is going to have to be a future me problem, though. Huh. Because it is that time. So I guess... yeah, I have a bunch of problems built up, and I'll deal with them later. Later is when I'll deal with them. All right. Save and get out. Man, there is so much to deal with here. and never enough time to deal with all of the things that I want to deal with. Game is cool. Game continues to be fun. Why do today what you can put off till tomorrow? Exactly. You understand. Well, massive amounts of food poisoning is maybe a bit of a problem. Insufficiencies of food is maybe a bit of a problem. And, all of that is stuff that we're going to deal with in, you know, the next time. Also the deadly asteroid, also getting oil set up on the other colony. There's a lot of stuff that I would like to get accomplished one way or another. But yeah, we'll figure it out next time. God.